Welcome back into the Rockers pregame show on the Rockers Baseball Network. For those of you tuning in on YouTube and around the ballpark, we welcome you to Truist Point as the High Point Rockers will try once again to punch their ticket into the postseason. It's Game 2 tonight, the High Point Rockers and the Gastonia Honey Hunters. Game number 128 out of a 132 game schedule. Let's go ahead and take a look at today's starting lineups. First off, for the Gastonia Honey Hunters, this is what Mauro Gazzo has put together. Leading off is the left fielder Reese Hampton. Batting in the number 2 spot is Jack Reinheimer. He is the shortstop. Hitting third, Luis Roman, the first baseman. Batting in the number 4 spot is Zach Jarrett, who will be the right fielder. Emmanuel Tapia will play first base today. Tapia is the 5 hitter. Batting 6th, playing second, is Cole Freeman. Hitting in the 7th spot is Hurley Rodriguez, the center fielder. Batting 8th, the designated hitter Jalen Smith. And batting 9th, the catcher Stuart Levy. You notice, first off, no Joseph Rosa in the lineup today for Gastonia. And the players to watch is not so much a player as it is a stretch of lineup 3, 4, and 5. Talk about guys who have been able to maximize their power production against High Point, and that's exactly the stretch of lineup we're talking about. Luis Roman, 5 of his 16 home runs have come against High Point. Zach Jarrett, 9 of his 19 home runs have come against High Point. Emmanuel Tapia, 6 of his 15 home runs have come against High Point. So that's a stretch of the lineup where the Rockers pitching can get beat by power, and we're going to see if Liam O'Sullivan can neutralize that today. Now let's switch over and look at the High Point Rockers lineup. Jamie Keefe has put this one together today. Leading off, playing third base, is Michael Russell. Batting in the number 2 spot, Ben Aklinski. He will be the center fielder. Jerry Downs, the designated hitter, will hit third. Logan Morrison, the first baseman, will be the number 4 hitter. Quincy Lattimore is the right fielder, batting in the number 5 spot. Hitting 6th is Xander Wheel. He's in right field tonight. Tyler Ladendorf, the shortstop, will bat in the number 7 spot. Hitting 8th is Giovanni Alfonso, the catcher, and second baseman, rather, and Logan Moore, the catcher, will hit in the number 9 spot. Player to watch for the Rockers, it's up at the top of the lineup. It is Michael Russell, hitting at .281 now with 9 home runs and 50 runs batted in, but he has led off the last 2 games with the home run. So is Michael Russell continuing to lead the way offensively for High Point? I think you can make a very strong case that he is. And again, we talked about it a little bit with Albert Gonzalez in the pregame interview today. One of the big things that Albert was talking about was just being able to get guys on base. Michael Russell and Ben Aklinski and Jerry Downs, and really on down through Morrison and Lattimore, all featuring some pretty solid on-base percentages. They've all been able to do exactly that this year. So for the Rockers, tough matchup against Alex Sanabia, but the big thing for High Point is to get those guys on base. The Rockers actually have their last 8 home runs have been solo home runs. So it's not that the power is not there. It's not that the offense isn't there for the Rockers. It's just they're hitting home runs with nobody on base. And so we'll see if they can get a few on and be the beneficiary of a couple extra RBIs here today against Alex Sanabia, which is no small task. Alex Sanabia on the year, 6-5 with a 4.05 ERA. This is his 21st appearance of the year, 111 innings pitched, 95 strikeouts, 45 walks, 12 home runs. The opponent's hitting .244 against him. And for the Rockers, I think it's about making adjustments. You talk about how successful Sanabia has been in his first 2 starts against High Point. Sanabia had gone 2-0 with a 1.13 earned run average. Check that, through 4 starts against High Point. 2-0 with a 1.13. So can High Point figure out some way to minimize the effectiveness of Sanabia? And I think that begins with getting guys on base and hitting with runners in scoring position. On the other side, it's Liam O'Sullivan for High Point, 4-5 with a 6.75 ERA. This is Liam's 13th appearance of the year. All of them will be starts. 66 innings pitched, 68 hits, 34 strikeouts, 21 walks for Liam O'Sullivan. Only 5 home runs allowed against the Gastonia, or only 5 home runs allowed specifically against Gastonia. And the interesting thing about that, and we'll break these numbers down a little bit for you, that makes up about a third of the hits that he's allowed against the Honey Hunters, not giving up a ton of base hits, but when he is, Gastonia is taking advantage of the mistakes. So I think limiting the mistakes today for Liam O'Sullivan is part of the key to the game, but the other big thing to keep an eye on is, can he build off of what was an incredible last start? 6 strong innings, gave up just 2 runs against the Lancaster Barnstormers, and if he is in fact getting tuned in at the right time, well, I'll tell you what, that's big news for the High Point Rockers, because this is a big arm, especially come postseason time, that the Rockers could have in their arsenal. High Point's taking the field. We'll step aside for the national anthem. When we come back, it's the Rockers, it's the Honey Hunters, and it's next on the Rockers Baseball Network.
Hey Rockers fans, we are so thrilled to have you join us all here at Truist Point and during our broadcast via YouTube. Thank you for rooting on your home squad.
Well, the Rockers had a chance to head to the postseason on Sunday. It didn't happen. They had a chance yesterday. It didn't happen. Well, could the third time, in fact, be the charm? We will find out tonight. A High Point win or a Wild Health loss today sends High Point into the postseason field. So we will see if the Rockers can be the aggressor and get it done here on their home turf on a Wednesday evening. A beautiful Wednesday evening at the ballpark. And from that ballpark, Truist Point in High Point, North Carolina, we welcome you in. Kendrick Fruits here with you as we are set for Game 2 of a midweek series between the High Point Rockers and the Gastonia Honey Hunters. Liam O'Sullivan on the mound today for High Point. We gave you his numbers a little bit ago. We'll give you the Cliff Notes version. 4-5, a 6.75 ERA for O'Sullivan. 34 strikeouts, 21 walks in 66 innings. And this is a guy coming off of arguably his best start of the year, in which he gave up just 2 earned runs against Lancaster in 6 innings his last time out. The lineup again that O'Sullivan will face: Hampton Reinheimer Roman, Jarrett Tapia Freeman, Rodriguez Smith, and Levy. Albert Gonzalez said it in our pregame interview today. These guys are professionals. The mindset, quote, business as usual. This is a Rockers team that knows they're on the doorstep of at least the first of a list of accomplishments for this team. And if it's going to make a run at a championship this year, step one is get to the postseason. We'll see if they can check that off of the checklist here tonight. Reese Hampton, a .271 hitter, 9 home runs, 45 runs batted in. We'll dig into the left-hand box and we'll get this one underway. Liam O'Sullivan gets the sign from catcher Logan Moore, and the right-hander kicks and fires. First pitch hit right back up the middle, a base hit for Reese Hampton to start the game, and we are underway at 6:35. It is 73 degrees and sunny. It'll drop down into the low 60s by the time we are finished tonight. So, speed already on the base paths for Gastonia. That'll bring up Jack Reinheimer, hitting at .279, 12 home runs, 65 runs batted in this year. Reinheimer, 55 steals himself. Hampton leading the league at 64, stole 3 yesterday, and Reinheimer stole 2. First pitch misses, ball 1. Home plate umpire Kevin Morgan. Matthew Ceramelli, the first base umpire, and Calvin Baker at third base. That pitch fouled off in the count 1-1. Wind is blowing out towards right field today. Fans still filing in here at the ballpark on the next to last regular season home game here at Truist Point. Here's the 1-1 to Reinheimer. He swings, drives this deep into left center field. That ball's going to split the outfielders and head to the wall on 2 hops. Hampton is going to score easily. It's an RBI double for Reinheimer. Just like yesterday, Gastonia draws first blood here, starting this game off with a single and a run-scoring double, the first 2 hitters into this game. For Reinheimer, his 66th run batted in. That'll bring up Luis Roman, hitting at .270 with 16 home runs, 70 runs batted in. Rockers need O'Sullivan to settle into this game quickly. First pitch from the righty to Roman, misses low in the count 1-0. High Point defensively, Quincy Lattimore is in left field, Bennett Klinsky in center, Xander Wheel is the right fielder. Michael Russell at third base, Tyler Ladendorf the shortstop. At second base is Giovanni Alfonso, Logan Morrison at first base, and Logan Moore is behind the plate. Here's the pitch low in the count 2-0. Rockers expecting Roman to pull. Logan Morrison standing on the outfield turf near the first base line. 2-0 coming from O'Sullivan to Roman. The righty fires off speed outside, and the count now 3-0 to Luis Roman. Here comes the 3-0 fastball. There's a called strike, and the count 3-1. High Point in the home white uniforms today. Gastonia is in the gray pants with the black jerseys. 3-1 coming. O'Sullivan fires. That's popped up. Third base side will go into the seats. And the count goes full. Liam's battle back was down 3-0. It's now 3-2. Almost the entire infield already in the shade with the exception of a patch of sunlight nestling perfectly around the pitcher's mound. Around the outfield, down the left and right field lines in the shade, as well as encroaching into the alleyways. Center field still all the way in sun, as is Quincy Lattimore's position in left field. Here comes a 3-2. O'Sullivan delivers. That's fouled straight back to the net. It was a high fastball, and Roman chased it. The count remains 3-2. O'Sullivan ready. Another 3-2 on the way. Still looking for that first out. Swing and a miss. There it is. Change up, down and in. First out of the first inning, and that'll bring up Zach Jarrett. Jarrett hitting at .304 with 19 home runs and 80 runs batted in. Right behind his teammate Joseph Rosa, who is 5th in the Atlantic League in RBIs. Rosa, again, not in the lineup today. First pitch to Jarrett, jams him with a fastball, and Zach will foul it off. Count 0-1. Taking his lead off of second base is Reinheimer. O'Sullivan holds the set. Reinheimer takes off. The pitch is not a called strike. The throw down to third base. Michael Russell drops the ball. Reinheimer would have been out, but Russell dropped the ball. The runner is called safe. Now the home plate umpire is going down to talk to Calvin Baker. I wonder if perhaps they were saying Jarrett was in the way of Logan Moore making this throw. It looks like they're sending Reinheimer back to second. Oh, okay, I'm seeing now. Logan Moore is saying that he actually made contact with the home plate umpire. And that's look at the body language of home plate umpire Kevin Morgan. That's what he's saying. Logan Moore, when he cocked his arm back, the elbow made contact with the home plate umpire. And I think that they're going to be sending Reinheimer back to second base because of that contact between the umpire and the High Point catcher. Logan Moore looked back into the Rockers' dugout and made the motion as if he was bringing a baseball back to throw it. Mauro Gazzo is, I don't think, particularly excited about the description or the explanation that he got from home plate umpire Kevin Morgan. Looks like we are ready to go nonetheless. 1 ball, 1 strike to Zach Jarrett. So a little bit of confusion here in the early going. At least for the moment, the stolen base prevented. Rockers might have had him too if Michael Russell hadn't dropped the balls. That's grounded foul. And the count 1-2. One ball, 2 strikes to Jarrett. 1 out here in the inning. Gastonia already on the board. O'Sullivan fires the 1-2. That's low. And the count goes to 2-2. Yesterday, Gastonia scored in each of the first 4 innings. 2, 1, 2, and 2. Their run totals through the first 4 yesterday. 2-2 coming to Jarrett. O'Sullivan fires off speed, down and away, and the count goes full. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Check that. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 run on 2 hits for Gastonia here at the top of the first. It's not been a quick start to this game. Here's the payoff pitch, and he bounces that one to O'Sullivan, and so that is a walk to Jarrett. Runners on first and second for Emmanuel Tapia, hitting at .275, 15 home runs, 66 runs batted in. High Point will try to get a ground ball double play here if they can. Not something unusual for Liam O'Sullivan. He can pick up a couple of ground balls. He's a ground ball pitcher, as is most of this High Point staff. Specifically the rotation. There's a pitch to Tapia, misses low in the count 1-0. In 2019, first the 1-0, that's popped up into left. Lattimore coming in a little bit and a little bit towards the third base foul line, makes the catch for out number 2. That'll bring up Cole Freeman, hitting at .295 with a home run and 7 batted in. Well, to finish that thought, in 2019, Liam O'Sullivan got 16 double plays in 158 innings. This year, 58 innings, he's only got 3, so those numbers a little bit down. But history shows he'd be more like that 2019 version. First pitch to Freeman, lines this into left field. That should bring in another run. Reinheimer comes around, he'll score. Now the ball gets past Lattimore. Here comes Zach Jarrett. The cutoff throw comes to Ladendorf. He'll eat it. And it is a 2-run double for Freeman. Gastonia, a big first inning. Already 3 runs on the board. When you think about how bad the Rockers have been against Alex Sanabia this year, these are 3 huge runs that the High Point Rockers really, in some ways, couldn't afford to be down already here in the first inning by this number. Second extra base hit for Gastonia in the top of the first inning. So here is Hurley Rodriguez, 265, 8 home runs, 28 batted in. First pitch coming, and it's a fastball outside, and the count 1-0. O'Sullivan's already thrown 21 pitches here in the first inning. Rockers bullpen didn't use a whole lot of guys yesterday as that pitch grounded foul, 1-1. 1 inning of Frankoff, 3 innings of Kyle Mott, and 1 inning of Castellanos. Here comes the 1-1. O'Sullivan looking back at Freeman, now turns and fires the 1-1. That's fouled off, and the count 1-2. Not exactly the start this team had drawn up. No score early on between Wild Health and Staten Island, by the way. A ball and 2 strikes. O'Sullivan delivers. That's fouled straight back. And the baseball actually caromed off of the padding and goes all the way back out to the mound. So Liam O'Sullivan will grab it and toss it back into the High Point dugout. Here comes another 1-2. That's hit on the ground towards Logan Morrison. Makes a sliding stab. The throw to O'Sullivan. The race to first base, not in time. It's going to be an infield base hit for Hurley Rodriguez. Logan Morrison made an incredible play to snag that sharp one-hopper. But Liam O'Sullivan could not win the foot race to the bag. It's another hit for Gastonia. That is their 4th hit of the inning. Runners at the corners for Jalen Smith, hitting at .241. First pitch coming to Smith, swing and a miss, and the count 0-1. Really can't afford to let this deficit get any bigger right now. 0-1 coming. First to check over to first base. Diving back in is Rodriguez. Here's Here's the pitch swung on. That's lined into center, a base hit. One run comes in and scores. One base advancement for Rodriguez. It is 4-0 now in the first inning. So the 9th man of the inning coming up to bat for the Honey Hunters here in the first. Stuart Levy, 215, 5 home runs, 36 batted in. Logan Moore, Frank Viola going out to talk to Liam O'Sullivan. This inning has gone single, RBI double, strikeout, walk, flyout, 2-run double, base hit, and RBI single. Not exactly the way that this has been drawn up. Scoreboard says 5-0. I've got 4-0. We'll see if that gets looked at. Yep, it's been switched now. Here comes the first pitch. Swing and a miss. Levy tied up on the inside fastball, and the count 0-1. One on the way. O'Sullivan fires, and that's going to hit Stuart Levy. That hit by pitch will load the bases. And we go back around to the top of the lineup in Reese Hampton. A nightmare start for High Point. Hampton led off this inning, led off the game with a base hit. First pitch on the way to Hampton. O'Sullivan holds the set now, delivers. Off speed, that misses ball 1. He has thrown 30 pitches here in the first inning. One 0 on the way. Righty fires. This one is hit high in the air into right center field. It's hanging up long enough for Wheel and Aklinski both to get there, and Ben will put it away for the final out of the top of the first inning, but not before Gastonia puts up 4 runs in the top of the first. Bottom of the first inning coming up next on the Rockers Baseball Network. Already armed with a 4-0 lead, Gastonia starter Alex Sanabia takes the mound here. The bottom of the first inning, 6-5, a 4.05 ERA. This will be his 22nd start this year. 95 strikeouts, 45 walks allowed, 12 home runs, and opponents hitting .244 against him. The lineup that Sanabia faces tonight: Russell Aklinski Downs, Morrison Lattimore Wheel, Ladendorf Alfonso, and Logan Moore. Michael Russell is homered to lead off offensively the last 2 High Point games. Homered on the first pitch of the game Sunday at Wild Health. Homered on the second pitch yesterday. So maybe we look for pitch number 3. Who knows? He did set his new career high with his 9th home run of the year yesterday. He's also set a career high with 50 runs batted in. First pitch to Russell. He'll take it for a strike. And the count 0-1. 281 hitter on the season for High Point. Here comes an 0-1. That's bounced to the plate. Blocked up there by Gastonia catcher Levy. 1 ball, 1 strike now. That bottom of the first inning top of the first inning took almost 20 minutes. Here comes a 1-1 to Russell. Sanabia fires curveball. Russell doesn't hit a home run, but he'll line it up the middle. A leadoff base hit for Michael Russell. The Rockers have their first man aboard. That'll bring up Ben Aklinski. 272, 19 home runs, 54 runs batted in. The Gastonia defense, Reese Hampton in left, Hurley Rodriguez in center, Zach Jarrett is in right. Luis Roman, the third baseman, Jack Reinheimer is the shortstop. Second base is Cole Freeman, Emmanuel Tapia at first base, and Stuart Levy is behind the plate. First pitch coming to Aklinski. Fastball inside in the count 1-0. The top 2 for the Rockers in terms of stolen bases. It's the man at first base and the man at the plate. Aklinski broken bat, weak ground ball to third base, should be 2. Roman goes to second for 1. Relay to first base, it's close. They got Aklinski though on that broken bat ground ball. Gastonia goes around the horn, 5-4-3. That'll bring up Jerry Downs, hitting at .307, 22 home runs, 83 runs batted in. In line for all 3 of those to be career highs. Sanabia's first pitch coming to Downs. The right-hander fires. Downs will take a fastball just inside in the count 1-0. Still plenty of time left in this ball game. No need to push the panic button yet. Sanabia fires. Downs takes down in the count 2-0. Obviously important for O'Sullivan to be able to come back out and put up a 0 in the top of the second inning. But this is a High Point offense that can come around. Down swings, fouls that off. It's 2-1. Sanabia asking for a new baseball. He gets it. Jerry waiting at the left-hand box, the left foot on the back line. Here's the pitch. That's down and in. The off-speed pitch around the toes of Downs. It is now 3-1. Jerry only had 2 at-bats yesterday. Mickey Janis didn't get through 5, so the Rockers lost their designated hitter. Here comes a 3-1. Down swings, pops it foul. The count goes full. Next man up would be Logan Morrison, and what a tear he has been on as of late. First, though, the 3-2 to Jerry Downs. See if he can pick up the Rockers' second hit of the day. Off speed, down and in, ball 4. That works too. Rockers had base runners here in the first inning. Obviously, the ground ball double play hurt them a little bit, but encouraging sign they've been able to get guys on. Morrison hitting .407 in the month of September, including 11 RBIs in 3 straight games. On the year, hitting .287, 15 home runs, and 54 runs batted in. September OBP almost 500 at .484. First pitch from Sanabia. Morrison chases the high slider. Didn't quite have the trajectory of a fastball. A little bit of movement on it. Maybe a cutter, something like that. And the count goes to 0-1. Here comes the 0-1. He'll take that. Off speed, down and in on the inside corner. It's 0-2. Morrison, as recently as, what do we want to say, the 23rd of August, was hitting .252. He's brought it up 25 points since then, 35 points since then. Here's an 0-2. Takes that one down. Count 1 ball, 2 strikes. Downs takes his lead off of first base. Not a big lead over there. 1-2 on the way to Morrison. High, easy take. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Fifteen pitches, 7 strikes for Sanabia here in the first inning. Two coming to Morrison. Rockers down 4. Here comes the 2-2. That's bounced and blocked up nicely by Stuart Levy, and the count goes full. Now the entire playing surface is in shade, except for just a tiny sliver in the deepest part of center field, so really, I don't think anybody will even be wearing sunglasses for the next inning. A couple Rockers had it, or had their shades at least on their person in the top of the first. Payoff pitch coming to Morrison. Downs takes off. Morrison takes low. Ball 4. Second straight walk issued by Sanabia. That'll bring up Quincy Lattimore, hitting at .257. 20 home runs, 74 batted in. Look at this split for Alex Sanabia. With York 4-5 with a 4.86 ERA, opponents hitting .265 against him. With Gastonia 2-0 with a 1.13 ERA, opponents hitting .159 against him. He has found a ton of success with the Honey Hunters. Downs is at second. Morrison is at first. First pitch to Lattimore, swings, lines it right to Reinheimer, and that is the final out of the inning. Well, the Rockers put a few aboard, not able to do anything, though, in terms of bringing anybody in, and we will go to the top of the second. Honey Hunters lead 4-0 on the Rockers Baseball Network. Top of the second inning, Honey Hunters with a 4-0 lead. We'll see if Liam O'Sullivan able to bounce back here after that rough first inning. He'll face 2, 3, and 4. That is Reinheimer, Roman, and Jarrett. Jack Reinheimer, an RBI double his first time up. Liam O'Sullivan finished the first inning at 31 pitches. Pitch number 32 is lined into right field, going down into the corner. A long run for Xander Wheel and a foul ball. The count 0-1. Hey, it could be worse. The top of the first inning, Southern Maryland scored 6 runs over the Long Island Ducks. So this was not the biggest first inning that happened in the Atlantic League tonight. First pitch, or the 0-1 rather, misses up, and the count 1-0. Well, we haven't done a whole lot of this day in Rockers history, but thought we had a pretty meaningful one today. First, the 1-1. That's called a strike. 1 ball, 2 strikes. 1 year ago today, Rockers manager Jamie Keefe notched his 900th career win. Rockers took down Charleston this day a year ago. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Down goes Reinheimer, out number 1 here in the second inning, and that'll bring up Luis Roman. Now Jamie Keefe at 969 victories, and within the first month or two of next year, we'll be looking at 1,000. First pitch to Roman, fastball, cold strike, and the count 0-1. Luis Roman struck out last inning. He's dropped the average to 269. O'Sullivan kicks and fires, off speed, swing and a miss, and the count 0-2. Liam looks a lot better here in the second inning. I think he started to dial it in a little bit, which would be huge for High Point. There's the 0-2, high fastball, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Especially if you talk about the fact if he does in fact get locked in, could still get the Rockers through 5 and be able to shut down Gastonia from this point on, give the offense an opportunity to get back into this game as that pitch fouled off. We've seen a few Rockers pitchers be able to do that. A rough start, but they make the necessary adjustments after that. Here's the 1-2, hit on the ground to second. Should be an easy play there for Alfonso. The toss on to Morrison, and that is out number 2. That'll bring up Zach Jarrett. He walked his first time up and would eventually come around and score. First pitch coming to Jarrett. There's a fastball, and there's a called strike in the count 0-1. O'Sullivan working pretty quickly. Ground ball, third base side. Russell with the backhand. It's foul. Made the play, but foul ball was called. And the count 0-2. It was a great job by Michael Russell to make the play in the off-balance throw to first, but unfortunately for High Point, didn't count for anything. So, Count 0-2 to Jarrett. O'Sullivan trying to get out of this inning. Next pitch would be his 11th of the inning. Be a nice bounce back. Swing and a miss. He got it. Strike 3. Liam O'Sullivan, a 1-2-3 second. That's more like it. And we'll head to the bottom of inning number 2. Rockers down 4 on the Rockers Baseball Network. Bottom of the second, High Point has 6, 7, and 8 coming up. Xander Wheel, Tyler Ladendorf, Giovanni Alfonso, the 3 scheduled hitters. Gastonia 4 runs on 4 hits through their first 2 turns at the plate. High Point no runs on 1 hit through 1. Rockers injury report. Ivan Pinheiro and Joe Johnson continue to be on the injured list. Jay Gonzalez remains on the inactive list. Do not have any updates on those 3 at this time. First pitch to Xander Wheel, a fastball strike. Xander is hitting at .264, 30 home runs, 93 runs batted in. Both of those numbers, home runs and RBIs, both High Point records. 0-1 coming. He swings, pops it up. Foul and out of play, and the count 0-2. Here comes an 0-2. Check swing down and away. He did not go. 1 ball and 2 strikes now. Now, if anybody was curious, as Wheel takes low, and the count 2-2. Record of most home runs hit professionally by a High Point Rocker, or by a player for a High Point professional team, that is 49, hit by Tony Salida back in 1968 for the High Point Thomasville High Toms. Managed by the one and only Jack McKeon. Wheel swings and misses, strike 3, out number 1 here in the second inning. So Xander not going to reach those marks. 19 home runs in 5 games will be a little tough to come by. Here is Tyler Ladendorf hitting at .235, 17 home runs, 48 runs batted in. Fastball, a called strike to Ladendorf. Looked a little low, but a called strike, and the count 0-1. Pitch number 25 on Sanabia's night is a fastball, also called a strike, in the count 0-2. Lights on here at the ballpark as the sun working its way down. We're probably about 15 minutes or so from the official sunset time. Ladendorf takes, and the count 1-2 strikes. Sanabia can't believe it. That wasn't called strike 3, and I think Mauro Gazzo shouted something out over at home plate umpire Kevin Morgan as well. We'll look on pitch tracker and see where that one missed. Here comes a 1-2. Off speed, Ladendorf pops it foul. It will get out of play. The count remains 1-2. Yeah, I think he's got a case for that pitch not being called a strike. One out here in the bottom of the second. And Sanabia looking for the put-away pitch on Ladendorf. Swing and a miss. Got him with the high slider, strike 3. 2 straight strikeouts for Sanabia, and that'll bring up Giovanni Alfonso, hitting at .288, 3 home runs, and 43 runs batted in. Both starting pitchers have a chance for 1, 2, 3 second innings. O'Sullivan struck out 2. Got a ground out. So far, Sanabia has struck out 2. First pitch to Alfonso, missed, ball 1. Sanabia spent a little bit of time in the major leagues with the Marlins about 10 years ago. Here comes the 1-0. Alfonso takes. That's a called strike. And it is 1-1. Sanabia ready. 1-1 on the way. Alfonso chases the high fastball, fouls it off, and the count moves to 1-2 now. Top of the third inning, we'll take a look at the postseason picture. 3 of the 4 teams have already made their way into the playoff field. Here comes the 1-2 to Alfonso, and he'll stay alive by fouling that one back to the net. And the count remains 1-2. Also a little bit of a interesting note. First the 1-2. Alfonso pokes it foul. Tapia giving it a look. That ball will get out of play. In every single game today, including the game that Charleston already won, the visitor is leading. Full scoreboard report will be coming in the top of the 4th inning, but for right now, the Genomes a 1-0 lead on Staten Island in the second. Here comes a 1-2. Alfonso fouls that one off, and the count remains 1-2. Well, this team obviously would much rather win their way in than move in with a loss for the Genomes tonight. Here comes a 1-2. Alfonso again fouls it off. He has now fouled off 4 consecutive pitches from Alex Sanabia. Makes for a good at-bat here from the Rocker shortstop, actually second base today. But he'll take outside there, and the count goes to 2-2. Next pitch will be the 9th pitch of this at-bat. Sanabia ready, timeout called at the plate. Here comes a 2-2. Curveball, swing and a miss, strike 3. Down goes Alfonso. And that is the final out of the inning. Alex Sanabia strikes out the side. We'll go to the top of the 3rd inning. Gastonia still leads it by a score of 4-0 on the Rockers Baseball Network. Top of the 3rd inning, a quick peek at the Atlantic League standings. Well, at least the Atlantic League playoff picture. Lancaster punched their ticket yesterday with the victory. So it is the Barnstormers and the Blue Crabs squaring off in the first round in the North Division Series. Gastonia has clinched the first and second half in the South Division. So we're just waiting to find out who the wild card entrant will be. The High Point Rockers have a lead over the Genomes right now of 5.5 games. 1 Wild Health loss or 1 High Point win this entire week will send High Point to the postseason. Manuel Tapia will lead things off for the Honey Hunters in the 3rd inning. First pitch, a strike from Liam O'Sullivan, count 0-1. Liam really looking locked in since the end of the 1st inning. 0-1 coming. That pitch just missed down and in. 1 ball, 1 strike. One on the way. O'Sullivan delivers. There's a strike off speed. And the count 1-2. The cotton candy colors starting to show up on the skyline. Couple of they're a little muted today. A little muted yellow and muted pink. That's inside 2-2. As the sun continues to set on the 2022 regular season, High Point has a chance to play a little bit beyond. That pitch low. O'Sullivan ready. Here comes the pitch. Fastball at the knees. Didn't get the call, and that'll be ball 4. He didn't miss by much on that one. He's taken a little bit of a stroll back behind the mound. Now to bring up Cole Freeman, a 2-run double his first time up. According to the pitch tracker, was a bit low. That ball 4 call to Tapia. Freeman swings, pops this up in the infield. Logan Moore and Giovanni Alfonso there. It's going to be Alfonso who makes the catch. And there is out number 1. Brings up Hurley Rodriguez. Homered yesterday. Singled his first time up today. See if O'Sullivan can find a ground ball double play to get the Rockers quickly back into the dugout and swinging the bats. Rodriguez is taking his time getting ready in the left-hand box. Now he's finally ready. And O'Sullivan's ready too. Here comes the first pitch. Misses up, and they count 1-0. O'Sullivan is at 50 pitches here in the top of the third. 1-0 coming. The right-hander holds the set, now delivers. Fastball called a strike, and the count 1-1. O'Sullivan's fastball sits mid to upper 80s. Not going to blow you away with his speed, but he doesn't try to. That's not necessarily part of his game. A ball and a strike to Rodriguez. Tapia with the short lead off of first. Off-speed pitch. Didn't get the call on that one either. That's inside. And it's 2-1. O'Sullivan ready. 2-1 on the way. Fastball. There's a fastball that is a called strike. And it's 2-2. Two on the way. O'Sullivan works first base side of the rubber. Timeout called right as he lifted the leg to begin the pitch. So we will reset, re-rack, and do it again. Fan appreciation night here at the ballpark. The final home game of the regular season is tomorrow. Hard to believe we have made it all the way through. That pitch swung on, hit on the ground, but it's going to go into right field, a base hit. Emmanuel Tapia rounding second base. He will head to third. O'Sullivan gets the ground ball he was looking for, but well placed off of the bat of Rodriguez. So runners at the corners for Jalen Smith. Jalen Smith, an RBI base hit his first time up. See if he can get another baseball hit on the ground. Throw over to first base. That was close. Hurley Rodriguez jumped early. Liam O'Sullivan threw over to first base, and they almost got him. Here comes the first pitch now to Jalen Smith, a fastball high. Tapia at third, Rodriguez at first. Hurley has 19 steals this year. Certainly wouldn't be a surprise if we saw him put in motion. Here's the pitch to Smith. That misses. 2-0. Of O'Sullivan's 57 pitches, 36 have been strikes. (2-0) on the way. Smith takes down 3-0. Next man up would be the number 9 hitter, Stuart Levy. 3-0 coming. There's a strike on the outside corner of the plate, and the count 3-1. Check over to first base again. Diving back in safely is Hurley Rodriguez. Runner takes off for second. That pitch hit right back up the middle, just past the dive of Alfonso, a base hit. Rodriguez on his way to third base. It's an RBI single for Jalen Smith. Now 5-0 Gastonia. 2 RBI singles for Smith today. Alfonso was almost perfectly placed. Was heading to second base to cover the stolen base attempt and dove for that baseball. Didn't miss it by much. 5 runs on 6 hits for Gastonia, though. Fastball high to Stuart Levy. 1 ball, no strikes. Still just 1 out in the inning. Off-speed pitch hit high in the air into left. Lattimore going back at the track. He'll make the catch, but plenty deep enough to score Rodriguez. That will make it 6-0 now in the third. Sacrifice fly from Levy, RBI number 37. So here is Reese Hampton. Hampton is 1 for 2 with a base hit and a run scored. Gastonia out hitting High Point 6-1. First pitch to Hampton, takes it inside. Kind of get the feel that O'Sullivan's not been incredibly pleased with the strike zone today. It's been close, not gotten a lot of calls. There's a fastball inside, 2-0. Neither of these first 2 pitches have missed by all that much. 2-0 coming to Hampton. Hampton swings, towering pop into center field. Right there is Zaklinski. That is the final out of the third inning, but Gastonia adds 2 more. They extend their lead 6-0 as we go to the bottom of the third on the Rockers Baseball Network. Bottom of the third, High Point has 9-1-2 coming up. Logan Moore, Michael Russell, Ben Aklinski against Alex Sanabia. Logan Moore ended a 0-for-14 streak to begin his season with High Point yesterday with a pinch hit base hit. So now 1-for-15 this year. Sanabia has dropped the ERA below 4, 37 pitches, 3.98 is the ERA now. First pitch to Logan Moore. He'll take a fastball. It is a strike, and it's 0-1. Sanabia fires 0-1, off speed, grounded weakly up the middle. Coming in on it and making the play is Freeman on to first base. A little bit of a low throw, but handled by Tapia, and that is out number 1. Here's Michael Russell, responsible for the only Rockers base hit the first time through the lineup. 6 runs on 6 hits for Gastonia, no runs on 1 hit for High Point. First pitch coming to Russell, swing and a miss. Off-speed pitch had him off balance, and the count 0-1. Sanabia fires the 0-1. Russell, same pitch, and again, looks a little off balance on the swing, 0-2. That time Sanabia went a little bit more outside with it. 0-2 coming. That pitch down low. Russell, though, able to lay off of it. 1 ball, 2 strikes to the High Point third baseman. Again, probably won't reach 300 this year, but 290 certainly is in the realm of possibility. Not going to help it this time, though, with a pop-up in foul territory. Tapia can't find it. The ball drops less than 2 feet away from him. Michael Russell has been gifted in opportunities. Emmanuel Tapia lost a baseball that ended up landing less than an arm's width away from his body. This is going to give Russell an opportunity, and he cannot miss it. Here's the pitch from Sanabia, fastball low, and the count 2-2. Changed up his delivery there. That was almost the Don Larson delivery from the 1956 World Series, where he went with that no windup sort of delivery. Now Sanabia holds the leg kick, goes the other way from no leg kick to an extended. That one misses, though, in the count 3-2. Starting to get some Johnny Cueto looks out here from Sanabia. Payoff pitch coming to Russell. He'll take down ball 4. Rockers have a base runner. That snaps a streak of 5 consecutive High Point hitters retired. That'll bring up Ben Aklinski. Hit into a double play his first time up. It's a little bit unfortunate. The Rockers ended up with 3 base runners that inning, but because of the double play, hurt their chances to get on the board. That was the 3rd walk issued by Sanabia tonight. That pitch misses low to Aklinski. 1 ball, no strikes. "47 pitches, 28 strikes. There's a called strike to Aklinski. Russell takes his lead off from first base. There's the 1-1. Ben takes it low. And the count 2-1. Michael Russell, the team leader, franchise leader in stolen bases, 2nd on the team this year. 21 steals in each of his first 2 seasons with High Point as Aklinski takes a strike, 2-2. 17 this year. If Russell will steal 3 bases over the final, or steal 4 bases over the final 4.5 games, That'll give him 3 consecutive seasons of 21 steals. Two on the way to Aklinski. Curveball takes it outside and the count full. Still 1 out in the bottom of the 3rd inning. For High Point, it's about just chipping away. A run or 2 here, a run or 2 there. Don't have to get it all back here in the bottom of the 3rd. Here comes a 3-2 from Sanabia. Aklinski grounds this one towards 3rd. It's going to be picked up, though, by the shortstop Reinheimer. Goes to 2nd. That's all he'll get. Got past the slide of Luis Roman. Reinheimer, though, able to make the backhand play and at least get something for Gastonia. So Aklinski's at first base. Here's Jerry Downs. Jerry walked his first time up. First pitch to Downs. Sanabia fires, fastball. Downs ropes at third base, or first base side rather. It is a foul ball. The count 0-1. Walk numbers a little up for Sanabia today, but in terms of hits and limiting damage offensively, he is once again stymieing High Point. Comes an 0-1 to Downs. That's outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Jerry, a dark red bat. Left-handed hitting slugger using today. Here's a 1-1. Downs will swing and foul it off, either off of the glove of Levy or caromed off of his face mask. Not entirely sure which, either way. Here's a foul ball that goes back to the net. The count 1-2. Next pitch for Sanabia, his 56th. He's still in pretty good shape. Aklinski takes off, the fastball high. Levy throws down to second base, not in time. It is a stolen base for Aklinski, and that is his 20th of the year. First High Point Rocker to reach the 20 stolen base mark. So it's 2-2 to Downs. Can find a gap somewhere. Could get Aklinski in and get the Rockers on the board. Two, curveball, that stays high, and the count goes full. High Point will take a walk too. Logan Morrison, the next man up. Sanabia comes set, ready with the 3-2. The righty fires, Downs takes high fastball. That is another walk. 2 aboard for Logan Morrison. He walked his first time up. We talked a little bit about that on-base percentage for Logan during his first plate appearance today. He's also homered in 3 consecutive games. And through 8 games this month. Curveball, strike, and the count 0-1. He's already 1 home run shy of his largest home run total in a month this year, which was 4 hit back in May. Had a good May, hit 327 with 4 home runs, 9 batted in. And hit 327 the next month, dropped to 169 in July, rebounded to 323 last month, and hitting 407 here in September. Timeout called before Sanabia could deliver the 0-1. Sanabia is set. 0-1 on the way to Morrison. Rockers have 2 aboard. Morrison swings, drives this deep into right field, but Early Rodriguez is there. He's covered the ground that was needed to recover that baseball, and that is the final out of the inning. Morrison put a charge into it. Early Rodriguez gets there, and that is the final out of the inning. So once again, the Rockers put a few aboard. They come up empty. We go to the 4th inning. Gastonia leads 6-0 on the Rockers Baseball Network. Top of the 4th inning means it's time to take a look at the Atlantic League scoreboard for tonight. Get you caught up on everything else going on around the Atlantic League. By the way, Gastonia will have 2, 3, and 4 coming up. Reinheimer, Roman, and Jarrett here in the top of the 4th inning. Jack Reinheimer, an RBI double and a strikeout today. He will be facing Liam O'Sullivan. Rockers trying to get Liam through 5. First pitch from O'Sullivan to Reinheimer. That is a fastball that misses outside. And the count 1-0. So your Atlantic League scoreboard. Charleston took down Lexington in 8 innings earlier today. 6-5 the final score. Reinheimer takes inside 1-1. Check that 2-0. Staten Island leading the Genomes 3-1 in the top of the 4th inning. Remember, if the Genomes lose, the Rockers get in. Maybe not the prettiest way to get in, but it would be the case. York on top of Lancaster 5-0. They're in the top of the 5th inning. Barnstormers, of course, clinched their postseason spot yesterday. Reinheimer takes a strike, 3-1. Southern Maryland on top of Long Island 7-1 in the 4th inning. That's a look at your Atlantic League scoreboard. Here's the 3-1. Reinheimer pops it up behind the plate. Logan Moore gives it a look. It's going to get out of play foul and land in the tunnel that heads down towards the Rockers clubhouse. Payoff pitch coming to Reinheimer. O'Sullivan fires. Reinheimer fouls it off of his back foot. That was a lot of energy coming off of that baseball because it went all the way to Michael Russell over there at third base. They're giving Reinheimer a chance to walk that one off. He looked in a little bit of discomfort. So another 3-2 coming. O'Sullivan was down 3-0. He's battled back and delivers payoff pitch, fouled off. Good battle here from Reinheimer. Next man up would be Luis Roman. Another 3-2. Hit in the air into right. Coming in, Xander Wheel. Racing in towards the line, makes the catch. Got a little bit of a late break on it, it looked like. Maybe as if he didn't see it at first, but Xander able to cover the necessary ground. That is out number 1. Here's Luis Roman, 0 for 2 today. And Roman ready. First pitch coming from O'Sullivan. There's one that just missed. I have to wait for the pitch tracker to tell you where it missed because I'm not sure. 1-0 on the way. There's a called strike. And the count 1-1. So that first pitch missed a bit outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. O'Sullivan fires. Roman takes high. 2 balls and a strike now here in the top of the 4th inning. Rockers down 6. Here's a 2-1 inside, 3-1. O'Sullivan encroaching upon 80 pitches. Next pitch will be number 78. Here comes a 3-1 to Roman. Outside, ball 4. That is the 3rd walk issued by O'Sullivan. And that will bring up Zach Jarrett. 0 for 1, a strikeout, a walk, a run scored. Here comes a first pitch to Jarrett. Swings, fouls this one back. O'Sullivan jammed him, and Jarrett just got it off of the handle of the bat. They count 0-1. One on the way. Jarrett takes low. 1 ball, 1 strike. Well, you know, earlier the Rockers had a situation they could have gotten the ground ball double play. They got the ground ball, but it unfortunately snuck through the infield, and it just seems like it's been a bit of bad luck for High Point earlier in the game today. Jarrett lines it, center field, a base hit. Roman rounding second. He'll put on the brakes as it's a good throw to third base from Ben Aklinski. That is a 1-out single. That will bring up Emmanuel Tapia. 0 for 1 today, a walk and a run scored. Gastonia now 6 runs on 8 hits. With 1 out in the 4th. Roman at second. And remember, as he takes off for third base, I was about to say, that pitch called strike 0-1. Honey Hunters aren't opposed to double steals. They'll only get the 1 here. As Roman's 20th stolen base will open up second. We'll see if they now send Zach Jarrett here in a moment. That pitch inside to Tapia, 1-1. Jarrett at first base has 31 steals this year. Here comes a 1-1. O'Sullivan delivers. Tapia takes just down and in. And the count 2-1. 2-1. Tapia hits it on the ground. That's up the middle, a base hit. Roman scores. RBI single from Tapia is 7-0. Third time may not be the charm for High Point. There's a couple of bats flying across the field right now. Not from a dugout. I'm talking about the animal type of bats. Tapia's RBI, his 67th of the year. The hitter is Cole Freeman. And that's a fastball up and in, head high at Freeman. High Point bullpen quiet. The 1-0 coming from O'Sullivan. Freeman lines it to Ladendorf, and it kicks off of his glove, goes into center field. Jarrett scores. I think that'll be an E6. It is 8-0 now. If the Rockers make the playoffs tonight, it's not going to be the pretty way. Waiting on the official scoring of that last play. It is going to be a base hit. So it is Cole Freeman's third RBI of the night. That'll bring up Hurley Rodriguez. He's singled twice tonight. Still runners at first and second, still one out. O'Sullivan delivers. First pitch to Rodriguez, a strike, in the count 0-1. Now the Rockers getting the bullpen up and started. Fastball outside, 1-1. See who they've got down there. This is Junior Rincon. 1-1 from O'Sullivan. Righty fires. That's way outside. 2-1. 8 runs on 10 hits for the Honey Hunters here in the second inning. Check that in the fourth inning. Here comes a 2-1. Swing and a tip into the glove of Logan Moore. 2-2. Two coming from O'Sullivan. Righty fires. That's, I guess, outside. Look good from here. The count goes full. Next pitch will be his 93rd. He's been trying to go up and away, that up and away corner to Hurley Rodriguez. 3-2 coming. Fouled off. The bottom of the fourth inning, High Point would have 5, 6, and 7 coming up. Lattimore, Wheel, and Ladendorf. Here comes the 3-2. That's down low, ball 4. Not a sharp night for Liam O'Sullivan. Bases are loaded here with 1 out, and we will see if that is going to be the end of his day. The hitter is Jalen Smith, 2 base hits today, and 2 runs batted in. Bases loaded and 1 out. Baseball gets loose from the High Point bullpen. O'Sullivan ready, first pitch coming. Smith takes inside. Liam just barely at 50% strike rate, 95 pitches, 54 strikes. Here's the pitch. That's hit deep in the air into left center field. That ball way back. It is going to one-hop the wall. And it is called a ground rule double, even though I don't think the ball ever actually stayed, or I don't know if it went out of the yard. It did hop once, went up. Both Lattimore and Aklinski put their hands up, and it is going to be a ground rule double for Jalen Smith. 2 more runs come in, 10-0. Jalen Smith, 4 RBIs through the first 4 innings. Early Rodriguez will go to third base. Here is Stuart Levy. Albert Gonzalez is going to take the ball from Liam O'Sullivan here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Not a good day for Liam at all. So they've made the call to Junior Rincon. We'll step aside and give Junior a chance to throw a little bit. We'll give you his numbers when we come back on the Rockers Baseball Network. So the Rockers head to the bullpen. It is Junior Rincon in relief of Liam O'Sullivan. We cannot close the book on O'Sullivan yet. He is responsible for the runners on second and third base. There's 1 out here in the top of the 4th inning. Honey Hunters up 10-0. And Junior Rincon is the new man up. Give you his numbers here. Rincon on the season. 2-1, a 1.93 ERA. This is his 27th appearance. 21 walks, 37 strikeouts. Excuse me, the opponents hitting .224 against him. First hitter he'll face is Stuart Levy. Gastonia 10 runs on 11 hits. Could have been worse if that ball had not been ruled a ground rule double. I don't know that Jalen Smith would have been stopped. He might have motored all the way around the bases for an inside the park grand slam. That pitch fouled off at the plate. They count 0-1. Runner at third base is Rodriguez. Runner at second base is Smith. 0-1 coming from Junior Rincon. Fastball low. And the count 1-1. Genomes have just rallied in the fourth inning themselves. They were down 3-1. They now lead 5-3. There's a called strike. And the count 1-2 to Levy. One-two on the way. Curveball. That's grounded into the Gastonia dugout, and the count remains 1-2. Liam O'Sullivan threw 96 pitches and only got him one out into the fourth inning. Here comes a 1-2, fastball low from Rincon, 2-2. Well, the Rockers will be back at home tomorrow. Quite a few things happening at the ballpark tomorrow. First off, it is the final home game of the regular season. Fastball just missing off of the corner. Count goes full to Levy. Also, school supplies donation will be going on at the ballpark. One item of school supplies that is donated equals one ticket into the game tomorrow. Here's the 3-2. Grounded towards third base. Michael Russell with the backhand. His only play is going to be to first base. It's an RBI ground out for Levy. Levy's second RBI of the night. Rodriguez scores. Smith goes to third. It's 11-0, and Reese Hampton comes up. This is the second time tonight Gastonia has had the entire lineup bat during an inning. Also tomorrow, Thirsty Thursday at the ballpark. Select drinks will be $1 at the ballpark, and of course, the big news, they have added one final fireworks show coming after tomorrow, presented by Lumos, ending the home slate of the 2022 season with a bang, literally. Fastball to Hampton. There's a called strike, 0-1. Rincon ready. 0-1 on the way. Fastball bounces to the plate, blocked up by Logan Moore. So yeah, a lot of stuff going on at the ballpark tomorrow. And of course, if the Rockers and Genomes scores hold as they are, that pitch high, High Point will once again be trying to clinch their postseason spot. And so there's certainly that aspect of it as well. Pitching matchup should be a good one tomorrow. That one's fouled off. The count 2-2. Rockers are going to go with Mitch Atkins on the mound. Gastonia counters with Ian McKinney. Mitch coming off of one of his best outings of the year. Up on the road against the Genomes on Friday night, I think it was. Curveball drops in, strike three. And that is the final out of the inning. Honey Hunters score 5. And we go to the bottom of the fourth inning, 11-0 Gastonia on the Rockers Baseball Network. Bottom of the fourth inning. It'll be 5, 6, and 7 coming up for High Point. Lattimore, Wheel, and Ladendorf. So the Rockers will lose the designated hitter. First pitch to Quincy Lattimore from Sanabia, misses inside. Lattimore lined out to shortstop his first time up. Rincon is going to stay in the game as the Rockers pitcher. It appears into the fifth inning. Lattimore takes a strike. That pitch fouled off at the plate. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Well, the good thing for the Rockers, and I talked about it with Albert Gonzalez during the pregame interview today, the good thing is that High Point still controls their own destiny. This isn't like last year where the Rockers clinched the wild card with a week to go. Lattimore strikes out and then had to wait to see whether or not the wild card would come into play, and ultimately it did not. But the Rockers come into this week knowing that they certainly can take care of things themselves, and this is, I think, the toughest thing about it. When you look back at the last 3 weeks, or the last week of the last 3 seasons, that pitch low, the Rockers have not ended the season on a good note. In 2019, in 2021, and not off to a good start at the last week here in 2022. Here's the 1-0. They count 2-0. Certainly in 2019, and then if they had made the playoffs last year, not heading into the postseason with a ton of momentum. Still plenty of time to change that this week. This game's not over. Then they've got 4 more games to try to grab a little momentum back as they head into the postseason, if they in fact do clinch that postseason spot. Two 1 coming to Xander Wheel. Sanavia fires. Wheel takes low, 3-1. That Michael Russell base hit to start the game offensively for High Point, still their only hit of the night. Wheel lines this one. It's dropped by the second baseman, Freeman. The throw to Tapia is a bad throw. Tapia can't handle the bounce. Wheel is going to be safe. You could perhaps give Freeman 2 errors on that play. Drop the line drive and a rough throw. We'll see how that gets scored. I assume it's going to be an E4. Although it would be on the throw. It was not the easiest line drive to handle. I will say that took a little extra effort from Freeman to at least get to that ball. But Xander Wheel is going to be safe at first base in one capacity or another. It is going to be an E4. So here is Ladendorf, who struck out his first time up. First pitch, grounds it foul. Wild Health adding to their lead. Now 9-3 in the fourth inning. Looking like more and more like they will stay alive at least for another day. Ladendorf pops it up into shallow center. Rodriguez there, out number 2. That will bring up Giovanni Alfonso. He struck out his first time up. Alfonso has hit Gastonia well this year at .295 to be specific coming into today's game. First pitch from Sanabia. Fastball up and in. Almost got a piece of Alfonso, but he was able to get out of the way. Coming. Sanabia holds the set. Wheel takes a modest lead off of first. Pitch coming. Alfonso takes a strike. And it's 1-1. Kind of one of those days you really just want to hit the reset button. Unfortunately, nothing to do but press on here for High Point. That pitch down and away 2-1. This is an explosive offense. They can find a way to get to Sanabia and then the Gastonia bullpen. This is an offense that can climb you right back into a game. And now, granted, 11-run deficit pretty steep with half of the game already, or almost half of it expired. But this is an offense that can get contagious offensively. Start stringing some hits together. Who knows where this team could go? Sanabia with a 3-1 coming. He's at 75 pitches, so he won't go much more than the sixth inning. This hit on the ground to short. Goes to second for one. The throw to first base is in time. A 6-4-3 double play. Well, actually, I don't know why they turned two. I think that was the final out of the inning, so not entirely sure there. I don't know if perhaps Freeman missed the bag and decided to throw on anyways, but Xander Wheel is out 6-4, and that is the final out of the inning. And with that, we'll head to the top of the fifth. Gastonia leads it 11-0 on the Rockers Baseball Network. Top of the fifth inning, it'll be 2, 3, and 4 coming up. Reinheimer, Roman, and Jarrett to face Junior Rincon. First pitch grounded up the middle. A sliding stop behind second base by Giovanni. Alfonso drops the ball, can't make a play. Great range there shown by Alfonso to get to that baseball, but when he tried to get up and throw, I don't know if he slipped or what. Albert Gonzalez coming out perhaps to look at Alfonso, who does look to be hobbling a little bit. Again, just kind of looked like he slipped when trying to plant to throw that baseball. But Gio waves Gonzalez back to the dugout. That was the 12th hit for Gastonia. That will bring up Luis Roman, who's 0 for 2 today with a walk and a run scored. we can close the book on Liam O'Sullivan. The first pitch to Roman. Fastball low. Liam goes 3 1/3, gives up 11 runs, all of them earned. Ouch. On 12 hits, check that, 11 hits, 3 strikeouts, and 4 walks. Fastball away, 2-0. Gastonia has scored 4 in the first, none in the second, 2 in the third, 5 in the fourth. Here's the 2-0 off-speed line towards second base. Alfonso scoops it up on a hop, goes to second for 1. Ladendorf's relay is in time. Rockers go 4-6-3 for a much-needed double play. That was what Liam could not get while he was out there. And a couple of times he would get a ground ball. The Rockers could turn a double play, but it was a well-placed ground ball and went into the outfield. But that time, Rincon able to get a ground ball that the Rockers are able to turn into a double play. Here is Zach Jarrett, 1 for 2 with a base hit, a walk, and 2 runs scored. First pitch, a fastball strike to Jarrett, 0-1. Eleven runs on 12 hits and 1 error for Gastonia, 0-1-0 for High Point, as Rincon bounces that one to the plate. If he got to the plate on the hop, it's like a cricket bowl, right? You know, I remember in 2019, I want to say, it was either 2019 or it was early 2021. I cannot remember now. That fastball low, 96 from Rincon. But there was a group here that came to put on a display, an exhibition of cricket. And I'll be honest with you, it was one of those situations where I understood it up to like halfway, and then something happened in the middle and I couldn't follow it. But through about half of their explanation, I was completely on board with how it worked. And then I got lost, and I need to try it again. 3 balls and a strike to Jarrett. He'll take a fastball strike at the knees. Rincon firing the fastball in there, low to mid-90s. Three-two coming. That's down at the feet of Jarrett, ball 4. Rockers in the bottom of the 5th inning will have 9-1-2. That is Logan Moore, Michael Russell, Ben Aklinski. Here comes Emmanuel Tapia, 1 for 2 today with an RBI base hit. He's also walked and scored twice. First pitch to Tapia, fastball. That's low. Rincon really trying to pound the bottom of the zone and establish where that bottom of the strike zone is. 1-0 coming. That's tapped foul at the plate, and it's 1-1. Off speed, top of the zone. Nope, too far up. 2-1 to Emmanuel Tapia. The sun is completely set. It's been all the way dark for about a half hour at this point. Tapia grounds it first base side. Logan Morrison scoops it, but it's foul. The count 2-2. Might have to check the big league scoreboard before everything is said and done today. Rincon ready with a 2-2. Righty fires. Tapia grounds this one foul. First base side again. And the count remains 2-2. Just trying to find that final out of this inning. Keep the Honey Hunters off of the board for what would be the second time tonight. Scoreless second inning. Now trying for a scoreless fifth. Rincon's off-speed pitch low. Tried to get Tapia to chase, but he did not do so in the count full. Getting pretty cool here at the ballpark. Here's the 3-2. Tapia grounds it foul. Jarrett was running with the pitch. It's 8:30. It is 66 degrees. Another 3-2, swing and a miss. Tapia comes up empty on the fastball, and that's it for the top of the fifth inning, and that'll do it for the Honey Hunters. We'll head to the bottom of the fifth. We're halfway home. Honey Hunters lead it 11-0 on the Rockers Baseball Network. Bottom of the fifth inning. High Point has 9-1-2 coming up. Logan Moore, Michael Russell, and Ben Aklinski. Logan Moore 0 for 1 today. Michael Russell actually the only Rocker with a hit. It was a single to lead off the bottom of the first inning. High Point nothing since then. First pitch from Sanabia. Big swing and a miss. Logan Moore tried to put the Rockers on the board with that swing. But the count 0-1. A 1 coming. Fastball inside. And it is now 1-1. Nothing doing in either bullpen. Count 2-1 to Logan Moore. Sanabia fires off speed. Moore lines it right field. It's foul. It's right down the line. Emmanuel Tapia tried to reach for it, couldn't do so, and looks like that claims the life of Logan Moore's bat. He's switching bats out now. So it's 2-2 to Moore. Sanabia deals down and in. Count goes full. About the one thing that the Rockers have been able to do tonight against Sanabria is work their walks. He has issued 4 walks so far today. Here's a 3-2. That's strike 3 looking. Down goes Logan Moore. Here comes Michael Russell. Russell 1 for 1, also has walked. He and Jerry Downs have actually reached base both times they've come up. Russell a hit and a walk, and Downs 2 walks. First pitch coming to Russell. He swings, lines it into right field, and there's another hit. Michael Russell has both of High Point's hits today, chasing after the first pitch there. Brings up Ben Aklinski. He's grounded into a double play and reached on a force out. Russell takes his lead off of first. First pitch coming to Aklinski. Off speed away. 1 ball, no strikes. Ben has reached the 20 stolen base mark. 1 home run away from becoming the first Rocker with the 2020 season. Off speed, a strike, top of the zone, 1-1. Of course, Gastonia's had Jake Skoll do it twice in 2 years. And now Zach Jarrett 1 away from reaching that mark himself. 1-1 to Aklinski. Curveball, strike. And it's 1-2. Junior Rincon has a bat in the on-deck circle. One and two on the way. We're pulling up Rincon's career hitting stats. 1-2 to Aklinski, pops it up into right. Jarrett's going to be able to come in and make the easy play. Out number 2. So here is Rincon. His career offensive numbers, Junior Rincon, 8 career plate appearances. He is officially 0 for 7 with 1 run scored. Has 1 plate appearance with High Point this year, 1 at-bat with High Point. The big one was last year. Last year had 5, was 0 for 5 with that run scored. Sanabia's first pitch, Rincon pounds it in the ground into right field, a base hit. The pitcher comes through with an opposite field single. That is Junior Rincon's first professional hit. So that'll bring up Logan Morrison now. Rockers have their first scoring threat since the first inning. 2 aboard and 2 out. First pitch to Morrison, called strike, and the count 0-1. Sanabia taking a long look in. Logan Morrison was not particularly happy with that first call. There's a high and tight fastball, and the count 1-1. at second is Russell. Runner at first is Rincon. Curveball to Morrison inside. And the count 2-1. Sanabia's pitch count starting to get up there a little bit. Next pitch will be his 91st. Sanabia ready with the 2-1. The righty slings it outside. The count 3-1. That was 91 miles an hour. One bad one to Morrison will load the bases for High Point. Next hitter up would be Quincy Lattimore. Here comes the 3-1. Morrison grounds it just down the right field side, foul. Almost snuck it inside the line, would have kicked around in the corner for extra bases, but the count is now full. Neither runner being held on, as you would expect with an 11-run lead for Gastonia. Sanabia, though, steps off and looks Russell back to second. Three-two still to Logan Morrison. Payoff pitch. Morrison takes down low, ball 4. He has extended his on-base streak to 7 with his second walk of the day. So bases are loaded. The batter is Quincy Lattimore. Russell at third. Rincon at second. Morrison at first. Quincy Lattimore 0 for 2 today. Walks continuing to pile up a little bit for Sanabia. That is the 5th walk he has issued. First pitch to Lattimore. Swing and a miss. Slider came up empty in the count 0-1. So the base is loaded here for High Point, just trying to get something on the board. Sanabia fires 0-1, off-speed strike, and it's 0-2. Another peek at the Genomes game. Staten Island not going down without a fight. We are tied at 9 there in the top of the 5th inning. Oh, 2 to Lattimore. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Lattimore strikes out with the bases loaded. And we'll go to the top of the 6th inning. 11-0 Gastonia on the Rockers Baseball Network. Now top of the 6th inning. It is 11-0 Gastonia. Junior Rincon back out on the mound. And here is Cole Freeman to lead things off. Freeman is 2 for 3. He's already got a couple of RBIs today, 3 of them to be exact. Rincon came in the 4th inning in relief of Liam O'Sullivan. Got out of that inning, allowing 1 of 2 inherited runners to score. Did not give up a run in the 5th. Maybe 6, 7, 8 here in the 6th. Yeah, keeping an eye on that Genomes and Staten Island game now. What a wild one that has been. 9-9 in the top of the 5th. A reminder, tomorrow, one last blast presented by Lumos. One final fireworks show at the ballpark. It also will be back to school supply drive. One school supply item donated equals a game ticket for tomorrow's game. It's also dollar beer night. Select drinks $1 at the ballpark. Also a post-game notebook and pencil giveaway and a pre-game light-up cheer stick giveaway. So, again, if you want to bring the school supply donation to get in for free, we certainly encourage that. Otherwise, highpointrockers.com, the place to go to grab your tickets for tomorrow's game. First pitch to Freeman, grounds it foul. Honey Hunters do have a left-hander, it looks, up in the bullpen. Nobody throwing yet, but somebody standing on top of the mound, tossing a ball up. Looks like they're about to start. Yes, it is a lefty throwing. Here's the 0-1. That bounces to the plate. And the count 1-1. Let's see who that would be. By process of elimination, we know it's not Onis Farfan. It won't be yesterday's starter, or tomorrow's starter, Ian McKinney. So the only 2 guys we haven't seen is this one hit in the air into right. Xander Wheel there, out number 1. Only 2 lefties we haven't seen that it could be Sidney Dupree or Kent Kleiman. Here is Hurley Rodriguez. He's singled twice, has also walked and scored twice. High Point bullpen still quiet. Rincon's first pitch is fouled off. Count 0-1. 11 runs on 12 hits. 1 error for Gastonia. 0-3-0 for High Point. Rincon ready with an 0-1. That swung on and fouled off of, might have got a piece of the glove of Logan Moore, but the count 0-2. We're in the top of the 6th inning, already at the 2-hour and 10-minute mark. This is not going to be a quick one tonight. 0-2 coming, off speed, down and in. The count 1-2. Well, you know, we had a really cool number about the way the Rockers had really turned around their second half. That pitch bounced to the plate, and the count 2-2. Since their low water mark of the second half, High Point had been 12-22. Since then, 18-9. Looking like it's going to drop to 18-10 today, but 2-2 coming. Rincone's high fastball, 93. He is really pumping it today. That is yet another fastball almost into the mid-90s. According to the radar gun, we've seen him max out at 96 tonight. Here comes the 3-2. Swung on, grounded towards first base. It's going to be the second baseman, Alfonso, though, that's going to make the play. And the underhand flip to Logan Morrison for out number 2. Brings up Jalen Smith, the designated hitter. He's got 3 hits. Each of them is driven in a run. One of them is driven in 2, so 4 RBI day for Smith. First pitch coming. Rincon bounces it off of the front of the plate. Goes back to the backstop. Rincon ready. 1-0 on the way. Swing and a miss. 1-1. High Point will have 6, 7, and 8 coming up in the 6th inning, the bottom of the 6th. Here comes a 1-1. Rincon fires. That's swung on and fouled back 1-2. Well, we see Rodati Baldwin heading down to the bullpen in full catcher's gear, so I think this will be the final inning for Junior Rincon. He'll pitch 2 1/3, right now scoreless innings. Curveball fouled off 1-2, which really kind of straightened things out a little bit. Righted the ship after O'Sullivan gave up the 11 runs through the first 3 1/3 innings. Here comes a 1-2 to Smith. Rincon delivers. Check swing. Smith went around. Strike 3. That is a 1-2-3, top of the 6th. Good work there for Junior Rincon, not just for that inning, but through his whole outing. Good work for Junior Rincon. And so we will head to the bottom of the 6th inning. Rockers down 11-0 on the Rockers Baseball Network. So Alex Sanabia is done after 5 innings of work. Goes 5 innings, gives up 3 hits, 5 shutout innings, 6 strikeouts, 5 walks. They'll turn it over to a left-handed pitcher, Sidney Dupree, one of the newer Honey Hunters. He's not given up a run in 2 1/3 innings of work over 2 appearances, 2 walks, 3 strikeouts. The opponent's hitting just 1 for 8 against him. He will face 6, 7, and 8. Xander Wheel, Tyler Ladendorf, Giovanni Alfonso. Bottom of the 6th. It is 11-0 Gastonia. Rockers have a right-hander up in the pen. This is Tyler Higgins. First pitch to Wheel. Big swing and a foul. The count 0-1. New first base coach for the Rockers. It was Roldani Baldwin for a bit. Now it is Mike Galino. Rockers players who aren't in the lineup today are taking turns over there. One coming to Wheel. And Dupree fires. Wheel swings, drives it deep into center field. Hurley Rodriguez racing back, has covered the ground and makes the catch right at the wall. Hurley Rodriguez, one of the faster center fielders you will see in the Atlantic League, makes the catch. Takes away an extra base hit from Xander Wheel, and that's just kind of how tonight's gone. Here's Tyler Ladendorf, 0 for 2. Staten Island has taken the lead in the bottom of the 10th inning. 10-9 over Wild Health. First pitch to Ladendorf, a fastball, misses ball 1. One-0 coming. Ladendorf takes a fastball strike that time, and it's 1-1. Dupree ready, 1-1 coming. Ladendorf takes 2-1. Again, nothing else matters for High Point other than that Genomes game is at least worth keeping an eye on. Ladendorf takes 3-1. Wild Health 8 runs in the 4th. Staten Island 6 runs in the 4th. A game in which ERAs have gone to die. Ladendorf lines it up the middle. 1-out base hit for the Rockers, 4th hit of the game. That will bring up Giovanni Alfonso, who is 0 for 2. Eli Villanueva started for the Genomes, has given up 10 runs, all of them earned in 5 innings. First pitch to Alfonso, a fastball, called strike, and the count 0-1. Dupree holds the set, 0-1 coming. Alfonso swings, lofts it up, and now to play right field side, and the count 0-2. At the other scores around the Atlantic League, nothing particularly close except for that Staten Island game right now. To Alfonso, a little weak wave at a pitch down and away, strike 3. Second out of the inning, and that'll bring up Logan Moore. Logan Moore 0 for 2 today with a strikeout. High Point 4 hits today. 2 from Russell, 2 from Russell, 1 from Junior Rincon, and 1 from Tyler Ladendorf. Logan Moore hits a towering pop-up into right center. Jarrett is there and makes the catch for the final out of the inning. And that we will head to the top of the 7th. Gastonia still leading by double digits on the Rockers Baseball Network. Top of the 7th, High Point goes to the bullpen. Good work from Junior Rincon today. 2 1/3 innings pitched. Gave up 1 hit, 3 strikeouts, 1 walk. And the Rockers will turn it over to Tyler Higgins. Right-hander comes into today's game 2-1, a 1.98 ERA. This is his 14th appearance. 4 saves and 5 chances. This is just to get him a little bit of work, though. 2 walks and 18 strikeouts. Opponents hitting 188 against him. Tyler Higgins' last outing before today, coming back on the 8th of this month, 6 days ago, against Lancaster. Did not pitch in that Genomes series. He'll face 9-1-2, Levy, Hampton, and Reinheimer, the 3 scheduled hitters. Here in the top of the 7th. First pitch, a fastball low, and the count 1-0. Gastonia was missing the first base coach, so after that 1-0, somebody ran all the way over to the first base box. They're wearing a sweatshirt, so I can't tell you their jersey number. That pitch low, and it's 2-0. Higgins fires, fastball. That misses away, 3-0. If the Rockers do make the postseason, information regarding game times and postseason tickets will be announced at a later date. I think they're waiting to actually get in before making that sort of announcement. That pitch misses inside, 3-1. No, it caught the inside corner, 3-1. Higgins looking for out number 1. This is lined down the left field side. It's going to be a fair ball, and it's going to kick around off of the wall down into the left field corner. Will be a leadoff double for Stuart Levy. Just hooked it down the left field line. Was able to keep it fair. And so runner at second base for Reese Hampton, who is 1 for 4 tonight. 13 hits for Gastonia. High Point has 4. What a wild game. Staten Island, the Genomes have tied it back up. It is 10-10 in the 6th inning now. A pitch inside, the count 1-0. And Wild Health isn't done. Runners at second and third with 1 out. Here's the 1-0. Swing and a miss, 1-1. Fastball, inside corner, doesn't get the call. Does Higgins at the count 2-1. I'll tell you what, I'm really excited to see Mitch Atkins on the mound tomorrow. The way that he threw his last time out, 5 brilliant innings against Wild Health. I really think that Mitch is rounding into form at the perfect time. And so I think especially as we look to the postseason, and if the Rockers do in fact make it to the postseason, Mitch Atkins I think is going to be a factor as a starting pitcher in that playoff rotation. 2-2 coming. Swing and a miss. A little bit of a sinker there from Higgins. That's out number 1. Brings up Jack Reinheimer, who is 2 for 4. First pitch to Reinheimer. Higgins delivers. That misses inside. Levy taking his lead off of second. Stewart's only stolen 1 base this year. That's fouled off, and if I remember correctly, that one did come against High Point. I think at this point, High Point really just wants to score. Last time they were shut out. Let's go back to the 31st of August. A 2-0 7-inning loss at Gastonia. That pitch, a swing and a miss. And it's 1-2 to Reinheimer. High Point bullpen quiet. Same to the Gastonia pen. So Dupree will come back out in the bottom of the 7th. 1-2 coming. Reinheimer fouls it off. But no, we were talking about Mitch Atkins and his most recent performance, and it certainly looks as if he is getting much stronger every single time out. In fact, his last time out, those 5 innings against the Genomes, gave up 1 run on 4 hits. He's got the pitch count up comfortably in the mid-80s. We kind of talked about it, with the... Excuse me, I had to fight a yawn off there, and I think I lost. We talked about it a little bit in the pregame show, though. Bringing a guy like Atkins back from injury as that pitch lined into left field, a base hit. Levy will go to third. Runners at the corners for Luis Roman. But in a way, that is like a big late-season acquisition for the Rockers that in some ways really counters the Gastonia moves of getting Sanabria and getting Salter. Rockers didn't have to give up anything to get Mitch Atkins. He'd been here all along. First pitch to Roman, misses ball 1. Coming. Swing and a miss, 1-1. Rockers will give up the run to get an out. I think at this point the not a huge difference between being down 1 and being down 2. Check that, being down 11 and being down 12. This is grounded weakly to first base. It's actually going to be off the foot of Roman. He is down on a knee in the left-hand box. They'll let Roman walk this one off. Genomes have regained the lead in Staten Island. That back and forth affair now 11-10 as they go to the bottom of the 6th inning. Roman pops this one up in the infield. Alfonso is there. Makes the catch. Out number 2. Here is Zach Jarrett. 1 for 2. Runners still at the corners. High Point's bullpen. If Higgins can continue what Junior Rincon started, try to put up a 3rd consecutive scoreless inning. Fastball low, 1-0. Fastball also low, 2-0. Levy at 3rd, and Reinheimer at 1st. Higgins trying to get out of this little jam. Misses low again. Now 3-0 to Jarrett. He has bounced 2 of them. And that will bring up, or we'll set up a 3-0 with Emmanuel Tapia in the on-deck circle. Here's the 3-0 to Jarrett. There's a strike, 3-1. Coming. Jarrett swing and a miss. Comes up empty at the bottom of the zone, and the count goes full. Payoff pitch coming from Higgins. That's inside, ball 4. So Reinheimer will go down to 2nd. Bases are loaded for Emmanuel Tapia, who is 1 for 3. First pitch to Tapia. Fastball high, 1-0. That was 93. Higgins dialed it up a little bit there. And the count 1-0. 1-0 coming. Tapia fouls that one off. Might have got a piece of Logan Moore. I think it did, but thankfully, I believe the piece it got was the shin guard. So they count 1-1. High Point will have the top of the lineup coming up in the bottom of the 7th. Here's the pitch, down and in, 2-1. Higgins looking to get out of a bases loaded jam, 2-1 to Tapia. He swings, drives this deep into left field, going back is Lattimore at the wall, reaches out, makes the catch. A high fly from Emmanuel Tapia. takes Lattimore to the warning track, but Quincy able to flag it down, and we go to the bottom of the 7th. It is stretch time. Honey Hunters lead 11-0 on the Rockers Baseball Network. Top of the lineup here for High Point against Sidney Dupree in the bottom of the 7th inning. It will be Russell Leklinski and the pitcher's spot. J.R.D. Sarcina has a bat in the top, or at the top of the stairs going out of the Rockers dugout. So he will hit for Tyler Higgins, and High Point will go to the bullpen. That pitch down and away. The count 1-0 to Michael Russell, who's got 2 of High Point's 4 hits today. Dupree fires low, 2-0 to Russell. We'll see who High Point gets up in the bullpen. Russell pops it foul, right field side, 2-1. Looks like it's going to be Ryan Dole. High Point just making sure everybody's getting their work in today. Here's the 2-1, way outside, 3-1 to Russell. Well, in addition to his 2 hits, Russell has walked once, so he has reached base every single time he has come up today. Here's a 3-1. Russell lines it weakly towards second, just over the leap of second baseman Freeman. It's a 3-hit day for Michael Russell. Well, when nothing else is going right for High Point offensively, Michael Russell having himself a day. So much so, in fact, the batting average 286 now. Here's Ben Aklinski. Ben is 0 for 3. Reached on a force out and would steal second for his 20th stolen base. Let's see if High Point can at least get on the board here in the bottom of the 7th. Aklinski swings and misses 0-1. Dupree ready with an 0-1. Aklinski swings, lines at third base side foul. Made good contact of it, but just foul. And it's 0-2. Dupree ready with an 0-2. Off speed away. And it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. 2-1 coming. Or check that 1-2. That's way outside. 2-2 to Waklinski. JR, who had a pinch hit single yesterday. Try to recreate that again here in the 7th. 2-2 first to Waklinski. He'll take outside. Count goes full. If you split it up, Rockers just need 4 runs in each of the last 3 innings. 4 in the 7th, 4 in the 8th, 4 in the 9th. Sounds easy when you say it that way, doesn't it? Payoff pitch coming. Dupree fires, and Waklinski takes outside. So, Rockers start the inning with a base hit and a walk. That will bring up DiSarcina. JR this year hitting 154, 4 for 26. 1 double, 1 home run, 2 runs batted in. So DiSarcina digs in. This is the 2nd inning, by the way, for Sidney Dupree. Nobody up in the bullpen for Gastonia. First pitch to DiSarcina. Fastball up high. 1 ball, no strikes. Next man up would be Logan Morrison. Russell takes his lead off of second. Waklinski off of first, neither being held on. 1-0 coming to DiSarcina. He'll take a strike at the knees, 1-1. $11 runs, 14 hits, 1 error for Gastonia. No runs, 5 hits, no errors for High Point. Here comes a 1-1. JR swing and a miss on the high fastball, 1-2. Wild Health with a 1-run lead threatening in the top of the 7th inning there. Here comes the pitch to DiSarcina, takes away 2-2. They're at least making Dupree throw a good number of pitches here in the top of the bottom of the 7th inning. Five pitches to Russell, 7 pitches to Waklinski. This will be pitch number 5 to DiSarcina. Here comes the 2-2. JR lines it right field, foul. Blowing a little bit out towards center now, nothing crazy. Enough to, if you square it up, might be able to get a little distance out of it. Here's a 2-2. DiSarcina pops it foul. Good battle. And, you know, this is kind of what I remember even at the end of last year, some of the maturation process of JR DiSarcina, where he was just battling, and, you know, even if he didn't end up getting a hit, put together some really nice at-bats like this where you see the pitcher's arsenal, you spoil a bunch of pitches foul, you battle at the plate. Chases that one down and away, strike 3. That is out number 1 here in the 7th. Here's Logan Morrison, 0 for 1 with a couple of walks. Still runners at first and second. Now 1 out. See if some of the middle of the lineup bats here can get hot. First pitch to Morrison inside. Quincy Lattimore, the next man up. He has not reached base yet today. Struck out twice. One ball, no strikes to Morrison. Dupree delivers. Morrison takes a fastball. That's in there. And it's 1-1. Dupree holds the set, ready with a 1-1. Fires to Morrison. He'll take low. It's 2-1. Well, for High Point again, this game not the end of the world in terms of postseason situation. Obviously, the Genomes could still lose their game today. It's 11-10 there. Wild Health does have the lead, but a one-run lead in that game has not meant a whole lot so far tonight. If the Genomes lose tonight, High Point goes to the playoffs. If the Genomes win, we try again tomorrow. Morrison fouled that last pitch off. It's 2-2. Dupree ready. Works third base side of the rubber. Here comes a 2-2 to Morrison. The lefty holds the set, now delivers. Morrison pounds it into the ground towards the first base side. Tapia picks it up, bobbles the ball. Here comes the throw to first base. It's going to miss everything. And we're all going to be safe. Morrison at first, Klinsky at second, Russell at third on what I'm guessing is going to be an error on Tapia. It'll load the bases for Quincy Lattimore. Second time that Lattimore has come up with the bases loaded. Struck out his last time. Still waiting on the official scoring. I think that's an E3. Did not look like a particularly difficult play for Tapia. First pitch to Lattimore. He'll swing, pops it up. Right field side, foul territory for Tapia. Going towards the boundary and sticks the glove out, drops the ball. Also, in a bit of a surprise, they gave Morrison a base hit. So Morrison, an infield single that has loaded the bases with one out and count 0-1. No error also given to Tapia for that foul ball attempt. 0-1 to Lattimore. Inside, nope, called a strike, and it's 0-2. Nothing at 2 with one out. Xander Wheel, the next man up. Dupree ready. Here's the 0-2. Lattimore takes it low. And it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Next pitch for Dupree will be his 38th. Here's the 1-2. Lattimore grounds it toward short. Reinheimer scoops it up. Second base for 1. Relay to first base is not in time. Lattimore beat it out. Russell scores. And High Point on the board, 11-1. That is Lattimore's 75th run batted in. Morrison is out 6-4. Klinsky goes to third, so runners at the corners for Xander Wheel with 2 outs. And that will end the shutout bid for the Honey Hunters tonight. Wheel hitless and 3 trips to the plate. And the first pitch coming from Dupree. Wheel swings, pops it up in the infield. Freeman calling for it. Makes the catch. That's the final out of the inning. Rockers did get on the board. We'll go to the top of the 8th inning. Now 11-1 Gastonia on the Rockers Baseball Network. So Tyler Higgins goes 1 inning, gives up 2 hits, walks 1, strikes out 1. And the Rockers will go back to the bullpen. Now it's Ryan Dull here in the 8th. Dull will face 6, 7, and 8 in their portion of the lineup. Theirs being Gastonia, obviously. Ryan's numbers this year, 7-1, 3.86 the earned run average. Forty-ninth appearance today, 49 innings, 8 walks, 68 strikeouts. Opponents hitting .213 against him. Time now for a look around the Atlantic League scoreboard. See what else is going on here as we are nearing the conclusion of today's action. One game has already gone final. That, of course, was the 12:30 game earlier today. Charleston wins it against Lexington 6-5. Elsewhere, York blanking Lancaster 8-0. Southern Maryland on top of Long Island 7-4. And the Genomes head to the 7th inning stretch with a 2-run lead over Staten Island 12-10. Again, if the Genomes lose this game, the Rockers go to the postseason. Otherwise, we will try again tomorrow. Ryan Dull's first pitch, a fastball strike to Cole Freeman. Freeman's driven in 3 runs today. Here comes an 0-1. Slider down. Freeman able to hold off on that one. 1 ball, 1 strike. Low leverage situation here for Dull. And, you know, sometimes, as Freeman fouls that off, it's worth keeping an eye on. Sometimes closers in low leverage situations or guys who thrive on those high pressure situations tend to struggle a little bit in these sorts of instances. But obviously here for Dull, I think treating it mostly like him getting a bullpen session in. Just with a live hitter. This one popped into right. Xander Wheel there. 1 out. Brings up Hurley Rodriguez. 2 hits and 3 trips to the plate. One out in the top of the 8th. Honey Hunters have gotten a left-hander up in the bullpen. I would guess that is Kleiman. Lefty that does not look familiar to me. One we have not seen yet would be Kleiman, so that would check out, at least in terms of deductive reasoning. Ooh, you know a game's out of hand when we're talking about deductive reasoning at 9:30 at night. Rodriguez lines it left field, hit number 15 for Gastonia. Just about every Honey Hunter with a multi-hit day. Hampton 1 for 5, Reinheimer 3 for 5, Roman 0 for 5 or 0 for 4. Jarrett has 1 hit, Tapia has 1 hit, Freeman has 2, Rodriguez has 3, Jalen Smith has 3, and Levy has 1. First pitch coming to Smith. There's a fastball strike. Jalen Smith has driven in 4 runs, leads all Honey Hunters in RBIs today. Here comes an 0-1. Dole delivers. Swing and a miss, 0-2. Dole holds the set, 0-2 on the way. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Rockers have a right-hander up in the pen. Trying to see who that is out there. Looks like 24. This could be Mike Galino, a position player. Galino has pitched for High Point in the past. That pitch fouled off, 0-1. Stuart Levy doubled his last time up, a couple of runs batted in. Pops this one up first base side. It will get out of play. Yeah, I really think that may be Mike Galino down there. Oh-2 coming. Dole delivers. That's lined just over the leap of Tyler Ladendorf. Another base hit for Gastonia. Levy's got a multi-hit game. Now 16 hits for the Honey Hunters. Southern Maryland has just won their game. Austin Merrithew has picked up his 8th win. Scott Harkin falls to 10-8. Indris Briseño his 10th save. Here is Reese Hampton. 1 for 5, has struck out his last 2 times up. First pitch coming to Hampton. There's a strike, 0-1. This would be Mike Galino's 2nd professional pitching appearance. That pitch fouled off, 0-2. Pitched 1 inning last year for High Point. It was a scoreless inning. And he struck out 1. It was a 1-2-3 inning. Dole looking for the final out here in the 8th inning, however. Here comes a 0-2. Slider buried in the turf, scooped up by Logan Moore. Dole comes set. 1-2 is on the way. Slider, that's low. Hampton did not go. And so the count 2-2. They checked with Calvin Baker to confirm. He did agree. This is a Rockers team that was leading the Atlantic League in batting average this month. Was a sub-4 ERA coming into today as a team in this month. Both of those are going to go by the wayside. That pitch misses. Payoff pitch to Hampton. That's fouled off. Runners were going. Neither one obviously was being held on. Rockers playing the infield back. Dole looking for the final out of the inning. One strikeout for him. See if he can pick up a second one. Here's the 3-2. It's way inside. So that will be a walk. That will load the bases for Reinheimer. Rodriguez goes to third. Levy goes to second. Jack Reinheimer, a 3-hit day. Rockers pitchers have walked 7. Gastonia pitchers have walked 6. Bases loaded. First pitch coming to Reinheimer. Dole delivers, and Jack will take a strike, 0-1. High Point will have the bottom third of the lineup in the bottom of the 8th inning. Wadendorf, Alfonso, and Moore. Swing and a miss. Reinheimer chasing that one down. And the count 0-2. Should have left that one alone, but Brian Dole will take it. To Reinheimer. Dole delivers. Slider down. Tried to get him to chase it again. Did not that time. 1 ball, 2 strikes. We were talking about how that Genomes Ferry Hawks game wild. Staten Island has put the tying run at second base. They have another runner at third. And it is still 12-10. So they have a chance to tie it up in the 7th. Reinheimer takes that low, 1-2. Check, that's now 2-2. Dole delivers the 2-2. Fastball outside corner. Wow, didn't get the call there. And the count full. That was a good looking pitch, but nothing doing for Ryan Dole. Well, payoff pitch here to Reinheimer. A bad one will force in a run. The strike gets the Rockers out of the inning. The ball put in play. We shall see. Here's the 3-2. Slider down. Did not go. Ball 4. Run comes in. It is 12-1. RBI walk for Reinheimer. So now Stuart Levy is at third. Reese Hampton is at second. Jack Reinheimer is at first. Luis Roman is the batter. Roman 0 for 4. That last one, a tough one for Dole, was up 0-2 and threw 4 straight out of the zone. Roman, a big hack, comes up empty. Count 0-1. 1 coming. Fastball inside, 1-1. Genomes got out of that scare in the bottom of the 7th, so they maintain a 2-run lead. They head to the top of the 8th inning. Wild Health leads by 2. Again, if they lose, High Point goes to the postseason. Otherwise, we will try again tomorrow. 1-1 coming to Roman, a fastball strike. Doe comes set, trying to get out of the inning. Here's the 1-2, the slider down, 2-2. We are up past the 3-hour mark now of this game. 3 hours and coming up on 10 minutes. We're going to end up over 3.5, and the last time that happened, first the 2-2, and that's a swing and a miss. Strike 3. Down goes Roman. 1 run comes in and scores. And last time we hit over 3.5 was the 27th against, you guessed it, Gastonia. We go to the bottom of the 8th inning. Rockers down 12-1 on the Rockers Baseball Network. So Sidney Dupree goes 2 innings for Gastonia, gives up a run, 3 hits, 2 strikeouts, and a walk. They'll turn it over to Kent Kleiman now. Kleiman, a teammate of High Point's Cameron Cotter at NC State. Began this year with Florence in the Frontier League, was 2-4 in 32 appearances with a nice 2.83 ERA. And he's made 2 scoreless appearances for the Honey Hunters so far. He's a strikeout guy, 56 strikeouts and 49 2/3 innings this year. Even collegiately, every full year except for his first, recording more strikeouts than innings pitched. As a freshman, struck out 12 and walked 16. He will face the bottom third of the Rockers lineup, Tyler Ladendorf, then Giovanni Alfonso and Logan Moore. High Point down 11. York has just blanked Lancaster. Final score there, 9-0. So 3 finals, obviously, with the earlier game today. Genomes lead 12-10 with 1 out in the top of the 8th inning there. First pitch to Ladendorf, 1 for 3. Fastball up and in, or down and in rather, and the count 0-1. 1-0, excuse me. Getting a little sleepy here, I guess. Here's the pitch, fastball, called strike. Now it's 1-1. Mike Galino will pinch hit for Giovanni Alfonso. That pitch inside, and they count 2-1. So the Rockers are going to shift around a little bit defensively. We mentioned Galeno a little bit ago in the Rockers bullpen, so he will come in, still think to pitch the ninth inning. Latendorf swing and a miss, 2-2. Two coming from Kleiman. Latendorf strikes out. Out number 1 here in the 8th. Mike Galeno rather comes up now. Alfonso finishes the day 0 for 3. Galeno will come into today's offensive appearance hitting at .220, 2 home runs, 24 runs batted in. Logan Moore in the on-deck circle, and then if it gets to that point, we'll go back around to the top of the lineup. Swing and a miss there, and the count 0-1. Galeno grounds it up the middle, base hit. Mike Galeno, a pinch hit single. Rockers have their 7th hit of the game, matching their hit output from yesterday. So that'll bring up Logan Moore. Logan 0 for 3. Also want to make a clarification. I missed a defensive substitution. So after J.R.D. Sarcina singled in the bottom of the 7th inning, check that, after he struck out in the bottom of the 7th inning, he remained in the game at second base. And the pitcher's spot became where Alfonso's spot in the lineup had been, where Galeno just pinch hit. So J.R.D. Sarcina is still in the game at second base, and Mike Galeno, who just hit, is hitting in the pitcher's spot. And that would make sense considering how it looks like he will come in and pitch the 9th inning. One ball, one strike to Logan Moore. Kleiman's pitch down and away, but Logan Moore a little half wave at it. He did go around. It's 1-2. Michael Russell, the next man up. As long as this at-bat does not end with a double play, it's a high fastball, and it's 2-2. Kleiman ready with the 2-2. Moore fouls it off. Reminder, the home season for the High Point Rockers comes to a close tomorrow. Rockers will take on the Honey Hunters in the series finale and the home season finale, game number 66 of the home slate. Logan Moore strikes out, looking out number 2. It is fireworks night, one last blast presented by Lumos. An extra fireworks display on the schedule, so make sure you come out here and support the High Point Rockers. And if things hold the way they do around the Atlantic League, they will have yet another chance to clinch a postseason spot. However, in the top of the 8th inning right now, Genomes threatening again, so they already have a 2-run lead and looking to add more. So yes, the way it's looking, the Rockers will try again to get into the postseason tomorrow. Mitch Atkins on the mound for High Point, and the Honey Hunters going with Ian McKinney. First pitch at 6:35. Gates open at 6 o'clock. If you can't make it, Rockers pregame show will also begin. Not quite at 6, a little bit after, probably more like 6:10 or 6:15. YouTube will begin at 6:15 as well. This is one of those games, unless something crazy happens, this is going to be a double play to second. Actually, that was there were 2 outs, so that will go to second base. They will retire Galino for the final out of the inning. But yeah, so to finish that thought, this is one of those games where really there's not a whole lot of point in doing a game recap tomorrow in the pregame show, so we may just cut that out and start the show a little later. We go to the 9th inning. Rockers down 12-1 on the Rockers Baseball Network. Mike Galino on the mound for the High Point Rockers. 1 career professional inning. It was a 1-2-3 inning with High Point last year. He struck out 1. And so Galino will face 4, 5, and 6. Jarrett, Tapia, and Freeman here in the top of the 9th inning. Again, the Rockers defensively, Lattimore, Klinsky, Wheel in the infield, Russell, Latendorf, DeSarcina, and Morrison. So, let's see how Galino fares this year. That pitch outside. Zach Jarrett, 1 for 2 with 3 walks. There's a strike at 71 miles an hour for Mike Galino. And the Rocker righty fires. Jarrett lines it in the left field corner. That will snap a streak of 3 consecutive hitters retired to begin Galino's professional pitching career. It's a leadoff double for Jarrett here in the 9th. That'll bring up Emmanuel Tapia, who's got a hit today. He's 1 for 4. Nobody out, top of the 9th inning. Honey Hunters have a right-hander throwing in their bullpen. First pitch to Tapia. He swings and hits it up the middle. Latendorf flags it down behind second base. Gets up, off-balance throw. Logan Morrison catches it, but it's way off target. Good job by Logan Morrison to even get to that ball. Latendorf kind of stumbled in a similar spot where Alfonso fell earlier. That is going to be a base hit for Emmanuel Tapia. Jarrett goes to third on the play. And the hitter is Cole Freeman. Fouls that pitch off, 0-1. So Gastonia starts the inning with a double and a single. 12 runs on 18 hits and 1 error. High Point 1 run, 7 hits and no errors. That pitch misses inside, 1-1. Well, Cole Freeman is the strikeout batter of the game. Has not struck out yet. If Galino could get him, well, he's not going to. That's lined right field, a base hit. Jarrett scores, and it's 13-1. I was going to say, if Galino could get him, that would have been really cool. Here's Hurley Rodriguez. Rodriguez has 3 hits today. Still nobody out in the top of the 9th. Honey Hunters 1 hit away from 20 on the night. First pitch to Rodriguez. He'll take, misses outside, 1-0. Tapia at second. Freeman at first. 1-0 coming. There's a strike, 1-1. Obviously here with Galeno pitching, the Rockers just trying not to use any more of the bullpen they've already had to use today. Junior Rincon really was the star. 2 1/3 scoreless innings. That pitch hit hard up the middle, almost got a piece of Galeno. It's a base hit. Galeno just fortunate to be able to get out of the way of that ball. That is the 20th hit for Gastonia. They've started this inning with a double and 3 consecutive singles. That'll bring up Jalen Smith. 3 hits today. Galeno's first pitch to Smith inside. 58 miles an hour. There's a fastball called strike. 1-1. Swing and a miss. Oh, Galeno with a, I guess you can call it off speed. I don't know if he's changing his grips up or what, but that was down and away, and Jalen Smith, a very aggressive hack at it. Here's the 1-2. Galeno inside, it got him. It's a bases loaded hit by pitch, 14-1. Five consecutive reach base here to start the top of the ninth. Here is Stuart Levy. Galeno throws inside to Levy. That swung on and fouled off, 1-1. 78 miles an hour. I think that's the hardest we've seen Galeno throw. Obviously, he's a catcher. You know he can throw harder, but he's not trying to just overpower you. He's trying to get the Rockers through the ninth inning. Off-speed pitch down, and it's 2-1. Genomes have busted their game open. 4 runs in the top of the 8th inning. They lead 16-10. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes to Stuart Levy with the bases loaded, nobody out. And Galeno ready with the 2-2, that's down. Yesterday, the Rockers lost 10-3. They've been outscored 24-4 in this series. Levy drives this deep into center field. Ben Aklinski running back, makes the catch. Will be plenty deep to score Freeman. A sacrifice fly for Levy, 15-1. So Freeman scores. Rodriguez goes to third. Smith stays at first. Runners at the corners, 1 out for Reese Hampton. Hampton already the 7th man to come up, and there's just 1 out here in the 9th. 15 runs, 20 hits, 1 error for Gastonia, 170. The line score for High Point. Hampton pops this one into right. Wheel is coming in. DeSarcina out. JR makes the catch. There is out number 2. That'll bring up Reinheimer. Two outs here in the top of the 9th. Gastonia 4 runs in the first, 2 in the third, 5 in the fourth, 1 in the 8th, and 3 in the 9th. Reinheimer, first pitch, fly ball right to Aklinski in center. That is the final out of the inning. 3 runs come across for the Honey Hunters in the top of the 9th inning. It will go to the bottom of the 9th. Rockers down 15-1 on the Rockers Baseball Network. Kleiman goes 1 inning, gives up a hit, strikes out 2. And the Honey Hunters go to the bullpen now. It is Caleb Bowman who's going to come in and finish this game off for the Honey Hunters. Bowman will face 2, 3, and 4. Aklinski, Downs, Aklinski, DeSarcina, and Logan Morrison, the 3 scheduled hitters. Caleb Bowman has made 4 appearances, a 1.80 earned run average. So Ben Aklinski, 0 for 3, a walk and a stolen base today. Bottom of the 9th inning. Rockers just trying to finish this one up. Very unlikely to have a 14-run inning, so we'll get out of here and try it again tomorrow. Bowman's first pitch, fastball, 92. It's a strike. Swing and a miss, 0-2. Again, tomorrow's pitching matchup. Mitch Atkins, 2-0 on the year with an ERA down at 5.03. It's really dropped nicely after his last couple of outings. Ian McKinney, 7-3 with a 5.02 going for the Honey Hunters. 0-2 coming to Aklinski, swing and a miss, strike 3. That'll bring up J.R. DeSarcina. He struck out his first time up. One out, top of the 9th. Bowman, kind of a short arm flamethrower, 94 there. But that was a ball where, or it's a pitching motion where it feels like he doesn't really reach back as far as he can. It really just almost shot puts it to the plate, but in such a way he still gets tremendous power behind that pitch. I'm going to count 1-1. Off speed, called a strike, and the count 1-2. That inside, 2 balls, 2 strikes. DeSarcina pinch hit, base hit yesterday. He's not seen a whole lot of action with High Point this year. But he'll swing and bloop this one into right field. That's going to drop. Second straight day with a hit for DeSarcina. In both cases, didn't start the game, so he's had very limited at-bats, but he's now 2 out of his last 3. So that'll bring up Logan Morrison. 1 for 2. He's also walked twice. Fastball, called a strike at 92 miles an hour to Morrison. High Point 8 hits today, only 1 run to show for it. All their hits have been singles. That pitch outside. Russell has 3 of the High Point 8 hits. Jerry Downs 1, DeSarcina 1, Morrison 1, Latendorf 1, and Alfonso 1. Morrison swings, fouls it off, 1-2. Quincy Lattimore in the on-deck circle here. 20 hits, 15 runs for Gastonia. A thumping today, if you will. Morrison, changeup, swing and a miss. After Bowman gave him a steady diet of fastballs, mixed it up with the changeup, and Morrison could not make the adjustment. Here's Lattimore, 0 for 4, but he has driven in a run. First pitch, fastball low. Genomes have taken their 6-run lead to the 9th inning. There's a fastball high. And the count 1-0. Lattimore swing and a miss, 2-1. Really quick post-game show coming up after the conclusion of today's game. Not really a whole lot to dissect in this one. You talk about those games, you just throw it in the trash and try again tomorrow. I think this is one of them. That pitch gets away from Levy, and DeSarcina will head to second on the wild pitch. One coming. Lattimore swings, high fly, center field. Rodriguez is there. That'll do it. Not pretty tonight. The Rockers' 3rd straight game with a chance to punch their ticket into the postseason, and they've lost their ticket. Final score tonight, 15-1 in favor of Gastonia. Good news for the Rockers, like we have said every single night. It's not the end of the world, and assuming the Genomes hang on to win their game, they're lead by 6 in the 9th inning right now, the Rockers will have another opportunity to get into the postseason tomorrow, and wouldn't that be something to get into their final home game of the year. Rockers post-game show coming up next on the Rockers Baseball Network. Welcome into the Rockers post-game show on the Rockers Baseball Network. High Point struggles tonight, dropping a 15-1 decision against Gastonia. Not a whole lot to break down in this one. The Honey Hunters got to Liam O'Sullivan early and often, scoring 11 runs in 3 1/3 innings off of 11 hits. O'Sullivan having a rough outing in his final home start of the year. We'll see how the Rockers line things up for the weekend with their rotation while they're headed to the road at York. But final line score today, 15 runs on 20 hits, 1 error for Gastonia. High Point 1 run on 8 hits and no errors. Alex Sanabia the win, going to 7-5. Liam O'Sullivan takes the loss, falling to 4-6. 3 hours, 36 minutes the time of game tonight, and 1,869 is the announced attendance. When you hand out a game ball for today, not a whole lot of performances stand out. However, 3 hits for Michael Russell and 2 1/3 scoreless innings for Junior Rincon. Both, I think, deserve a little bit of credit today. So we'll give it to Michael Russell with honorable mention to Rincon. Russell 3 hits, and he did score the Rockers' only run tonight. So tough day tonight, tough game tonight for High Point, but really one of those games we talked about it. You just kind of throw this one away and try again tomorrow. We'll take one last look around the Atlantic League here and see what else is going on. Final score from earlier today, Lexington falls to Charleston in 8 innings. I think it was a 7-inning game that ended up going to extras. And Charleston wins it 6-5, the final score there. The Revolution shut out the Barnstormers 9-0 earlier today. And Southern Maryland on top of Long Island 7-4, the final score. Excuse me, the final score in that one. Genomes and Ferry Hawks. Remember, a Genomes loss would send High Point to the playoffs, but it is a 16-10 score in the bottom of the 9th inning. Genomes with a 6-run advantage and 3 outs away from picking up a win. That would cut the Rockers' lead in the wild card to 4.5 games, which would still set their magic number at 1, which means that tomorrow a Genomes loss or a Rockers win would send them to the postseason. But once again, the Rockers have an opportunity to get it done and do not do so. So tomorrow they'll try it again. Mitch Atkins will be on the mound for High Point against Ian McKinney for the Gastonia Honey Hunters. It is a 6:35 first pitch. It is one final blast presented by Lumos. One final fireworks show here at Truist Point for the 2022 regular season. Also, it is a school supplies giveaway day at the ballpark. If you can bring some school supplies, brand new school supplies to donate, receive a free ticket to get into the contest tomorrow. It's also Thirsty Thursday. Select drinks, $1 at the ballpark. So plenty of reasons to come in and watch the game tomorrow between the school supplies, the fireworks on a Thursday, and how about the good pitching matchup tomorrow? Ian McKinney, Mitch Atkins, and the Rockers have an opportunity to clinch a playoff spot at home for their final chance this season to do so before they hit the road and take on the York Revolution this weekend. So that will about wrap things up here for us from Truist Point. We'll give you one last update. Bottom of the 9th inning, still 16-10 Genomes. And there is already 1 out in the bottom of the 9th, so it doesn't really look like things are really going to change that much between now and when that game goes final. Diagenas Almengo is in the game and trying to finish things up. Ryan Gonzalez, the hitter for Staten Island, and actually Gonzalez just grounded out, so now there are 2 away. So 1 out away in that game, so the Genomes stay alive at least for one more day, and well, we will head to bed and hope that tomorrow gives us a little bit of a better day. So final score one last time, Gastonia 15 and the High Point Rockers 1. Oh, reminder, slightly later pregame show tomorrow beginning at 6:10 tomorrow, or the Rockers pregame show on MixLR. YouTube will join a little bit later on. So that will wrap everything up for us tonight. Thanks as usual to the Rockers media department for all their hard work and behind the scenes information getting, as well as our fantastic camera operators and the control room as well. I'm Kendrick Fruits, wishing you a rocking good night. We'll try this again tomorrow. Let's reset and try to go punch that ticket for the postseason. This has been a presentation of High Point Rockers Baseball on the Rockers Baseball Network.